Longer included with Windows, but you can still make me talk here.
What do you call your friend who stands in a hole? Phil.
Hello and happy Wednesday. I haven't had time to look into the issues I was having with the microphone and hearing it back in my ears, so I'm still hearing it. I'm just going to ignore it for now. Okay, so thanks everybody for stopping by. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Giphy Wednesday, yes. I might need to take a look at this. I think it's firing twice. At least it sounds like it is, because it makes a noise when it fires. And I hear it twice. Now, whether I'm just hearing it twice because I'm also hearing myself in my headphones, I don't know. Let's have a look. You hear it twice too. which implies that it's firing twice, but I'm only seeing one GIF, so... Oh, there's an example of it being full screen. Could be a loop from your audio. Yeah, I hate having audio issues because I find they're the most difficult to resolve. I have two mics set up, the Blue Yeti and a voice mod mic. One is muted, and then they just switch when I do the cam filters, snap cam filters. So there's nothing actually on at the moment. Could you send the URL from that last one? How would I know the URL? Does it store it in the log file? Action history. Okay, hang on. Action cues. Now, was it the very last one I did? Let's have a look. I've got the URL. Let me check if it was. Right click, copy, show browser. Yes, it was that one. Okay, so there is the URL. All right, so what's happened since last time? Not a huge amount because it's been like 48-ish hours. I did manage to open up the project and fix the issue I was having with multiple NPC dogs. So let me just demonstrate. So what was happening previously was any more than one dog in the scene and they would share the variable value on whether they should move. As in, when they get to the cage, they stop moving and wait a while and then start moving again. So what was happening, show Unity. What was happening was this dog here in the bigger cage would start to move. This dog here in the smaller cage would also start to move. The small cage dog would stop when he got to the edge, and also the big cage dog would also stop even though he wasn't at the edge because they shared the same value. So I managed to fix that by, if anybody else has the same issue, removing the fact that it was a static value. I didn't realize that static variables are shared between instances. So that's what was causing that issue. So as soon as I stopped it being static and made it private, it works. So let's have a look. What we should see now is both of these dogs moving independently, and whatever one's doing as far as moving does not affect the other one. Play. Do. Come on, Jack and Jack. Okay, so the small one stopped. Big one keeps going. Small one moves again. So as you can see, the movement of one does not affect the movement of the other. So the big cage dog stopped moving and the little cage dog still continued. So that's good. I don't know why the big cage dog looks like it's sinking into the ground. Look, the paws have disappeared. Interesting. Oh look, the Y. was not where it needed to be. Let's watch that again. See if it's a particular action or animation that causes that to happen. So it starts off at 0.027. Barks, still 0.027. Oh, 0.026. They slightly changed. Alright, let's have a look what the rigid body is doing. What we could do is freeze the position on the Y. On the Y-axis, which is up and down, so if there's anything caused by physics, that should stop it. It starts off at 0.027, it's already dropped to 0.026. Let's see if it drops anymore. Yeah, it's dropping again. No. Why is he trying to bury under the ground? Quickest fix for this is we detect when they touch the sides of the cage. When they touch the side of the cage, we can reset the Y value to this. So if it is sinking into the ground, it should bring them back up. Okay. Show code. Show code, possibly. Okay. All right, so we can detect when we touch the edge of the cage. Which is cage side check. And we can say transform dot position equals vector 3 transform dot position dot x comma 0.027 f dot z. Okay, let's give that a try. Show Unity. Compile, 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 compile. Play. So it's 0.027. .026 gets the side of the cage, resets it to 0.027. See if he drops again. Just good to see you. Backing into a hedge or lurking while in a meeting that could have been a male. Yeah, I love those meetings. They seem the most unproductive, yet management don't seem to see that. It's almost like they're gauged based on how many meetings they have. Alright, so he's dropping right down now, so let's see what happens when he reaches the cage. it is resetting him. I'm still curious why he's dropping. We're not using gravity. I wonder if using gravity would help, so it fixes him to the ground. Let's try with gravity. I'm trying to remember why we disabled gravity, because it will make sense that it was turned on. 0.026. So he was touching the cage then, but it didn't reset it to 0.027. What?
Happy Valentine's month to everybody.
Yeah, I need to have a rethink.
Thank you for that smug face, Valent. Yes, happy Valentine's month shouldn't be present, so we're going to have a quick look at that next and find out why it is present. Because originally I thought it was when I switch scenes, it enables and disables some of the redemptions, but Valentine's Day one shouldn't be affected by that. So let's have a look. Okay, we'll just ignore the fact that the one in the small cage just transformed into the dog from the mask. Okay, that seems like it's working okay. Let's go back to the other Jack Russell and we'll enable gravity on him as well. Should be good. All right. Now, which kind sir are you talking to? Because if you're talking to TD, then he was probably just going to moan about stuff like the weather and how nothing ever works properly and people are horrible that he has to support and all that good stuff. But if you're asking me, I'm doing okay. Apart from this silly audio, I can hear myself in my headphones still. I didn't have time to fix it, so I need to take a look at that later today.
Happy Valentine's month to everybody.
Happy Valentine's month. Thank you, Hogan.
You still have a voice selected, but voice changing is inactive. Your voice will sound as usual. Thank you, voice mod. I wonder if it... I don't think it's a voice mod issue. Hear myself. Did... What? Was it that simple? Just because I had hear myself selected in voice mod? Oh. Praise the Lord. Fixed. Fantastic. Okay. You are most handsome, Balint, oh mighty Twitch warrior, partner, soon to be ambassador of Science Streams. It's very nice of you to comment on, I mean, egotistical maybe, commenting on yourself like that, but yes, we all agree, Balint. So say all of us. Okay, well, that's the audio feedback fixed, which was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, so good. I don't hear myself anymore. Unfortunately, you all have to hear me, unless you happen to go in and use the turn down for what redemption, but here we are. You object. You object. You are an object. I actually don't see any more messages after yours.
I thought I told you to turn that thing off! It is too late and it's too loud!
Okay, thank you, Norm. I see how it is. asset store.
A few moments later.
So that's all the nice things that I think anybody can ever say about TD, to be honest. You know, I don't know what else to say. I assume you're saying nice things. Of course I was saying nice things, TD. I mean, you know, what else is there to say if you're just telling the truth? Facts. Okay, so now we have the Jack Russells working at least. I was thinking last night in bed, because, you know, when you're tossing and turning you can't get to sleep, that's the best time to try and solve coding issues, as I'm sure any coder will tell you. I was trying to think of an easier way, since there's going to be at least 14 breeds of dog in the game, to not have to go into a separate animator controller for 14 different objects and set all of the animations. So hang on, let's just refresh bottom stream. Andrea Noart is very talented, but apparently has it marked as a mature stream, which means that she won't appear in streams I follow without that little message coming up. So you said fax. I looked at the printer and wondered, fax? I'm old. Yeah, no fax machines here, I'm afraid. I think they still have one at the local library, but I'm amazed that some places, especially government places, still require things to be faxed, or have the option to fax stuff, which is a bit crazy. Okay, so let me just press the bottom streamer refresh button on my Stream Deck. And so now I need to go into the followed channels list here and find Andrea. There she is. Because I need to take all the mature streamers out of this list. Save. What size bed do you have? Oh, Berlin, with the cheeky questions. Okay, so I have a queen size bed because I'm a drama queen. So, you know, there's not really any other size to have, is there? I sent a fax through the interwebs just to show the kid how it used to be. Lots of laughs ensued. Yeah, so when I had to send a fax, probably going back like 6 months now, I did have a look to see what online options there were. And to be honest, they weren't great. I think there was, if I remember rightly, there was something called JFax, but most of them had ridiculous ads upon ads, and trying to get through it and do anything was challenging. Or those that weren't free cost a small fortune and you had to subscribe. So yeah, I didn't have much success finding online options to send faxes. But thankfully I don't have to send them that often, so you know, certainly not a service I'm going to subscribe to. And with the local library within walking distance, I will just use theirs when I need to. The problem comes when they charge you per page and you have this like book to send, then it can also get expensive. Okay. I also showed him how the technology developed and where it came from. So Magister, do you also have, or have you explained the technology behind pages? Do you remember how much fun pages were? Where, you know, you get paged and then it just beeps and is either like a text message or it's just a phone number that you have to call. And then, you know, if you didn't happen to have a mobile phone, if it was that long ago, a cell phone, then you had to find a public phone, a public pay phone, like a phone box. Fun times. See if I can move this away a bit because it's a bit in my face. Okay, so I have my main monitor here. I have a second monitor that I have set up here. I'm going to set up a third monitor here. So the question then becomes, where do you have the microphone? Because at the moment I have it on a mic stand. And I'm toying with the idea of even just like having it standing on the desk. And I know they say, oh, don't stand it on the desk, there's too much vibrations and all that good stuff. But I don't know. I think I might do some testing because I already have filters in OBS set up to tune out background noise and equalize the sounds and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking it might not be that bad. And then instead of having this big old, you can't really see, but this big old mic arm, thank you for that fake disconnect. If it isn't my favourite Batman, Robert Patterson. How are you doing? Good to see you. I'm choking a little bit here because right before the stream, I lit an incense stick, and it's kind of, even though it's over there, all the smoke's coming this way, and I'm choking a bit. Anyway, and I'm sorry, the redemptions are there for a reason, and they're to be they're to be used. So yeah, it actually took me a while to create that fake stream disconnect, because it takes a screenshot of what's happening on screen and then overlays it so it looks like everything's frozen. And then I had to get the animation of the timer or the buffering, and so I had to put that on. The only thing I'm still working on is getting the sound to disable. I think that would be the icing on the cake, which I need to look into. For historical purposes, hang on. The video that YouTube has made available in late years. Yeah, I used to have a beeper and it served its purpose. Now looking back, it looks like the Dark Ages. No, seems like forever ago, doesn't it? Send you the 1930s, how photographs were transmitted by wire. Interesting. Looks scary. Good job. Thank you. Yes, the actual video that comes up, I've said this on a previous stream, when you see the guy with his like, oh no, head, and you get the gradient screen come up, that was actually video that I ripped from a stream that I was watching that actually had a real disconnect. So I just kind of cut out the bit of video from where it did disconnect. So yeah, that's actual feed from a proper disconnect. Thank you for that, Magister. I'll take a look at that later on. Okay. So where did we get to? All right. So what we're going to do, yeah. So I was laying in bed trying to think of a different way to handle the animations, and I think there's only two ways I can think of. So the way I'm doing it now, where every breed has an animated controller, so Jack Russell AC, Dalmatian AC, and then go in and add all the specific animations for that breed. The other way I thought was I could have one animated controller. And if we look at the one that we have, we look at the Jack Russell one, for example, animator. So if we had one animator controller like this, and each one of these states, like the dog peeing, for example, has this, it has an animation attached to it. And if we look in the project at that animation, that is under BG Animals, Dogs, Jack Russell Terrier, FBX, Anim. So each of the breeds will have a similar structure to this, and each of the breeds should have an identical named animation. So you can see down here we have Akita, Beagle, Border Collie. Not sure why we have a Beagle animal controller folder, but Border Collie, Bull Terrier, Bulldog. So we have all these breeds, and each one's structure should be the same because they'll come from the same developer and he uses the same animation names. So then I thought, if I can name these folders the same as I name the models in the scene, then I could use code to say, okay, if it's a Jack Russell, then look in the Jack Russell folder and drill down to here, and the dog is peeing, so we're going to look up this. But then I thought, well, what if I decide to use a different animal in the scene? Then I'm going to have issues. Because if it's a different animal, a different dog from a different asset developer. Okay, UPS delivery. I'll be right back.
Well done. Treasure 100 points. Save keys to open doors.
An infinite number of mathematicians walks into a bar. The first orders 1 beer. The second orders 1/2 a beer. The third orders 1/4 a beer. The fourth orders 1/8 a beer.
Prepare for trouble, and make it double. Oh, sorry, Ron Show. I'll be blasting off again.
Alright, I think that's enough gauntlet for now. Did Stitch and Rocket work? I wasn't at my desk, so I didn't hear. So I'm hoping that the TTS did work on it. It can be a bit twitchy sometimes. An infinite number of mathematicians walks into a bar. First order's 1 beer, the second order's 1/2 a beer, the third order's 1/4 of a beer, the fourth... Yes, did you know... Yeah, I guess the second had wrong text. Let me try it. And I'm fairly certain that hola is not English, and you didn't translate that very well, translator. So thanks, Google Translate. You just got Robert actually showing the failings in all my redemptions today. Okay, so the one that didn't work was Rocket. Let's have a look.
Prepare for trouble, and make it double. Oh, sorry, Ron Show. I'll be blasting off again.
Okay, so let's have a look and see if it did create the file correctly. Rocket.
Prepare for trouble.
Nope, it didn't even generate it. Okay, so let's have a quick look, see what's going on with that one. is that in fact fine in Russian? If it is, then the translator sometimes works. Alright, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the log file. The remote server returned an error, 500 internal server error. That's why the code didn't work. That's weird. Let's try one of the other TikTokers.
What kind of phone does a pirate have? An iPhone?
Yeah, I think the TikTok, it actually uses the TikTok API, and I'm guessing that the connection is down today. So that's why we're having an issue there. Let me just jump into my other browser window real quick, and we'll disable the Adora, Kiora, do 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 do. That used to be my sound clip for when I had a Hydrate Redemption. And hello, Chris TS. Good to see you. Right, I'm just going in and disabling the TikTok redemptions because TikTok apparently is down today as far as their API goes. So let's have a look. Sort them by cost. So we have C3PO, we have Chewie, we have Jesse, we have Pirate, we have Rocket, and we have Stitch. Alrighty. I think that's all of them, yeah. I think Deadpool should be good.
I still work.
Okay, good. I'm glad you still work, Deadpool. Alright, so we still have TTS of sorts. Okay, so yeah, the other thing I was thinking, like I said, my other suggestion or thought on less work fixing this would be to have kind of one animator controller that we can put the values into for the animations, but I don't know. The more I thought about that, the more I thought I might be causing myself more problems. And okay, I've got 14 plus breeds of dog, but at least once I have the basics in place for the main animations, it'll just be a matter of replicating that. I can copy an animator controller and duplicate it and rename it to a different breed, and then it's just a matter of going into each of the animations we can see here and updating each of the animations for the particular breed. So for now, for that reason, we are not going to have any other breeds that we're going to be working with. We are going to stick with Jack Russells because we know that we're working on that animator controller and that works. So for now, we move this over, hit play, just make sure they're working. Kate Peiko Maori. Did it do anything? Oh, it did. How are you? But translated from, it didn't know what the language was for some reason. Same as it didn't know Kiora language. Interesting. I mean, it's weird that that uses Google Translate, and yet I'm sure if you go to Google Translate on the web and just punch that in, it would come up and say what the language was. All right. So what I want to look at next, even if translate didn't put in the from. Yeah, it's weird. Croatian. Okay, so what we want to do now is, since this will be the first level, the opening scene, we want to start building out the building that will house the shelter animals, so the dog pound, if you will. So to do that, we're actually going to need a building, so I'm going to have to look through my assets. Well, our two options are, we either look through the assets and find a building which already exists, which I think is probably the better option, at least as far as it looking good. The alternative is that I make a building from primitive objects and textures, which is in all likelihood going to be more time consuming and will probably not look as good as ones I can find. So well, while Robert supports us through the ads, I'm going to jump over to the browser and we can start looking for buildings we can use in a similar art style, hopefully, to this, which is semi-realistic. Show browser. So I think we searched for dog pound before, maybe? I'm not sure we were very successful. Well, would you look who it is? It is the legend, the man, the myth, the legend that they call the Man of Clay or Clayman Dev, who in my books is an epic hero. I do believe, if we're not mistaken, the clay command should work. There we go. So you should all go now, right now, before you do anything else, and follow Clayman. Because if you don't, bad things might happen. I'm not wishing bad things on you. I'm just saying I've spoken to people in the past, and they were like, yeah, it doesn't do anything if you don't follow people. And yeah, it hasn't ended well. I won't go into detail, but for your own personal safety, all I can do is highly recommend that if you're not already following Clayman, that you do so. He is an amazing game developer, a good friend, and is working on Epic Hero Game along with Black Mage UK, Marcus, and it's going to be, like it isn't already, it's going to be the one of the best physics-based games on Steam. So drop him a follow, drop a wish list on the game, and everything in the garden will be rosy. Do you think using nested colliders is a good idea? I think it depends on the context, to be honest. Sometimes I wouldn't say it's the only option or the only way to do something, but it can be the best way when you look at the alternatives. So I don't know if you're referring specifically to the game that I'm working on. I do actually need two separate colliders for that on the NPC dogs. I need a sphere collider to determine proximity to the player, and then I have a separate collider to determine when the player touches something like the edge of the cage. Or several child objects with colliders for each. Yeah, it does really depend on the use case. I mean, if you're doing something like, if you have a person, like a humanoid model, and you want to use ragdolling, which also brings us back to Epic Hero Game, then you'll notice when you add the ragdoll, it does add separate colliders to each limb pretty much, so that you can determine hit points. And also, of course, not just to determine hit points, but when the character collapses, then with the joints and the colliders, it actually looks more realistic. How am I? I'm doing okay today. Thank you, Clayman. Last stream was my first stream back after a couple of weeks on this replacement PC, and had a couple of issues that we ironed out. And the one issue I didn't manage to iron out was still hearing myself.
Shrek 1 and 2 are the definition of cinematic masterpieces.
You know, you're not entirely, probably not, maybe wrong there, Hugin. That's all I'm going to say on that. 18 different colliders on each character in my game. Yes. Yes, that probably answers part of your questions, Robert. Yeah, so the only issue that I was left with this stream, because I didn't have time to look at it in the last 48 hours, was hearing myself in my headphones, which was very annoying. And I started looking through the audio options in OBS, couldn't find anything that changed. It turns out it was that little slider in voice mod that says hear myself. I had that enabled. I just clicked that off, and what do you know? I can only hear the voice coming out of my mouth. I don't hear it repeated in my headphones, so that's good. Yes, I'm loath to call it a new PC. It is new to me. It was a used PC from eBay. All I was looking for really was something that had the CPU and motherboard that I wanted, that I was trying to upgrade my old PC with, because the upgrade path was, to be kind, bumpy, fraught with issues. And so in the end I just said, okay, I'm not updating this box. I'm just going to buy a used PC from eBay with the CPU and motherboard already in. So little did I know that that would also be the start of another road of problems, including, but not limited to, there are different M2 slots. Who knew? I have an M2 drive in my old PC. I want to put an M2 drive into the new PC. You make sure the new PC has an M2 slot. What could possibly go wrong? Well, yeah, things can go wrong, and they did go wrong. And consequently, I now have an M2 drive running out of a USB port. But we won't talk about that, because I'm just happy that everything is currently working. I don't want to jinx anything, and so I'm just going to say it's all good and move on. So now the next change is, I was saying earlier, this is my main monitor that I'm looking at. I've got a second monitor over here, which I've set up, and I'm looking to put a third monitor this side, but at the moment I need to get some more drawers that I can move the PS2 and all the games and everything that's currently sitting in this spot here off, and then I can have a third monitor. And then also I'm going to set up another couple of webcams. There'll be a webcam that points at where the dogs mostly lay, so you can have a pup cam.
Why don't blind people like to go skydiving? It scares the heck out of their dogs.
I'm not gonna laugh at that one, because, well, I'm gonna let it slide because it's about dogs. But do what you can, how you can. It works. Exactly. Yes. And it already took me 2 weeks and lots of ordering things and sending things back because they didn't work, and discussions that escalated with people on eBay, and it was a whole thing. But yes, I'm glad I'm at the point that I'm at now. I'm probably never, ever, 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 ever going to try upgrading a PC on that scale again. So I'm hoping that this one works and lasts me a while. So yes, here we are. Oh, I just realised my light's not on today, but there is some light coming in from the window. So whoa, hello. That's a bit bright, maybe. Oh, not as bright as that. Whoa, hello. Oh, that's just changing the softness of the light. Let's dim it a little. I don't want to be blinded. Okay. Yes. So as far as the game goes, we now have the Jack Russells running around independently, and now we're about to start building the dog pound. But for that, we need to find a building on the asset store. Even better is one that I already have purchased or is free, and going to see what we can do as far as building out this first level. So Not sure how you search for dog pound. Comes up with 24 results. And the most popular one is an Anubis Egyptian Guardian pack. Recommended by our users. I don't think it was recommended by your users when they searched for dog pound. I'm fairly certain that is not what happened here. So lots of sound effects. We should be able to drill down on the side. So 24 results, 23 are audio, which doesn't help. 1 is 3D, which is a character. And is, in fact, not. Ironically, it's the Anubis Egyptian Guardian pack. Oh my goodness. You know, I haven't looked into this pack, but I would bet good money that there is no dog pound building inside the pack. Let's just humour me, shall we? Unity Asset Store, why are you slow? You get exactly what you see. Okay. That's good. $55. Package content. Let's have a look. Let's see how many dog pounds we have here. No. I mean, arguably a dog-looking character that could pound you, but it's not really what we're looking for. So, what can we look for? What about Polygon City? Good old Cinti Studios. Because when we find something, really I just need the structure of it. Once we find it, we can pretty it up and make it look different and make it not look like it was just pulled from a Cinti pack. Polygon City, see what buildings we've got there. We've got a lot of city buildings. I wonder if one of them would pass as a dog shelter. See, a lot of things with the Cinti buildings is, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have interiors. Some of them don't even have working doors from what I remember, so you can't go in from the outside. They do look very nice. Doesn't really help when you're looking for a building with an interior though. Oh, there's all the peeps and the vehicles. Here's the buildings. So potentially something like this. But again, I don't think they have interiors. Well, let's have a look in the store, and usually if something has an interior, they use the word interior in the in the title, sorry. So you should be able to search and find it. So if we go back to my assets, and search through my 1 or 2 assets, interior, let's see what we find. DS arcade machine, air hockey table, locker room, snack machines, art gallery. So what we can do, if we found something that as the basic building structure would work, we wouldn't have to use things like art pieces. So, I mean, at $20, this did work. That would save us some time. So we have doors, I presume open. Lots of art pieces. So we'll scroll down in a minute, have a look at the description, and we will see. We need an office really, don't we? Maybe office is going to be a better search term, because that way there's going to be desks, there's going to be computers and things that you would generally see when you first go into a dog shelter, or at least the ones I've been into. Well, let's have a quick look through the rest of these. Oh, 134. Let's see if we can drill down a bit. So it needs to be 3D, environments, urban, I guess. 13. That makes it a bit easier to look through. Shooting range. Don't think we need it to be a shooting range. No, no. Furnished cabin. No. Building constructor. This is just exteriors again. Yeah, none of these really look like a dog shelter. Abandoned asylum. Yeah, that's a bit elaborate for a... Let's have a look. Hello, first time chatter. I am not really sure how to pronounce your name. I.e. them sag? I don't know, but welcome in anyway. Good to see you. Okay, so yeah, this is more like a home. We need something more like an office. I think office is going to be the
wanted. Bit.ly
better
the kid.
search.
$100,000 reward for his capture.
Now does Bit.ly the kid not work? Can you? It is working for you. Oh, okay. Well, I think I know what this is then. I think it's because when I was playing around with the settings in OBS, I was making changes that I had no right making, and I've probably made things more worse than good. So let me come back in, voice mod, monitor and output. There we go. Okay, now I can hear the baby. So I'm doing good. Stag, how are you? One lion, my fave lion, is in the house. Good to see you. Been a bit lax on shoutouts today. Now let's start with my good friend, One Lion.
That has released. I'm going
Can't
to
see One Lion, but he's hiding behind this wood.
That didn't really happen. You guys are imagining things. I have 100% build success rate on my database projects.
It means no worries for the rest of your day.
Bit.ly the kid escaped. No reward for science_streams this time.
Sorry, Belen.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. And sorry, Belen, nothing for you today. You've been extremely busy. Yeah, as you can tell, scream was a trigger keyword. And welcome in, Dukesoft. Good to see you. And what kind of game are you making? Okay, so the game that I'm working on is called Homeward Hound. And I don't know if you're familiar with the old PS2 game A Dog's Life, where you play as a beagle called Jake and you run around creating mayhem, I suppose. You run around completing different tasks, and I won't give any spoilers to the ending of the game in case you ever play it, but he escapes every time. Actually, he escapes 80% of the time. I think Dukesoft managed to catch the baby on the last stream. So yeah, it's definitely weighted in the baby's favour, but sometimes the baby does get caught, and then it plays a different sequence. And the winner...
Doctor, you've got to help me. I'm addicted to Twitter. Doctor, I don't follow you.
Are we still allowed to call it Twitter? I've seen that even some journalists say X, formerly known as Twitter, just in case you don't know which platform they're talking about. You know, you don't want to get it confused with all the other platforms called a single letter, like... Never mind. But hi, going back to Super Quiet. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the Super Quiet one line. I will try not to be too loud and to disturb your peace. So yes, the game is, if we show Unity, okay, so this is going to be the opening scene. This is the main player character, which is a beagle, because that'll be a hat tip to I am a dog. No, I am a dog. A Dog's Life. Even I'm getting confused with the names now, Brilliant. It used to be called, when I first started this, I Am a Dog, and we renamed it to Homeward Hound. So the storyline is that you end up being separated from your family because you're a family pet, and they drive home, and then you have to find your way home back to them. And it's the fun and frolics and shenanigans that happen on the way back. Dog Simulator. Yeah, is there a dog simulator game? I know there's a simulator game for pretty much every other animal, and, you know, walking simulator, lawnmower simulator, goat simulator, goat sim.
Basically, what you're trying to say is that you can't control it.
I'm not trying to say that. The whole bloody ship is.
It's the wild colour scheme that freaks me. I mean, when you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labelled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of intergalactic hyper...
And that intro sound can only mean one thing, that we have the legendary Tubby Crumbles in the house. Welcome in, Chris. Good to see you. Yeah, so that's pretty much the game in a nutshell. I'm not really sure if you had a dog simulator game, what form that would take. Although, you know, if you take Goat Simulator as a template, then I guess potentially this could be called Dog Simulator. No, nothing you need to do. I meant that I won't be chatting much, if at all. I completely broke my demo for today, 1.5 hours from now, so I'm working on getting it back to working. Oh no! I'm guessing that you weren't either frequently backing up or using GitHub or any source control software that you can go back to if it broke. Good. I learned C#. I want to use Unity, a game make. Okay, well, you're in the right place. There's a lot of good game developers on Twitch, and one of those, I believe, is going to be streaming in about 24 minutes, maybe. And that would be Irish John Games. Let's see if my SO command works, and we might even get a little clip of him. Let's see what clip we get. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid.
No, good.
Well, that's an old clip.
Okay. All right.
Okay, a very short clip too, but Irish John Games is working on a game called Rise of Piracy, and he has landed Microprose as a publisher, and he has a Steam page for his game. So if you like games like Mountain Blade with pirates, then drop his game onto your wish list and drop him a follow. Okay, so in order to build out the first scene for this game, we've been mostly working on the mechanics and getting the NPC dogs working, running around in cages, jumping up on the side and barking. So let's just have a quick look where we're at with that before we continue. So we have a test Jack Russell in a larger cage, and we have a Jack Russell over here in a smaller cage, and now they finally move independently. Sometimes they'll bark when they get to the cage side, sometimes they'll stop, sometimes they won't. But they are moving on their own now, even though it looked like they just both stopped at exactly the same time. Thanks for that. So we have 4 different types of bark for the Jack Russell. One's picked at random. And then we have the food bowl and the water bowl, which we have working. So randomly, when the dog touches the food bowl or the water bowl, he may or may not consume. And then we have the main window here, which is the main player.
Woof.
Runs around. And this will be how we're interacting. And then when we go near to one of the dogs, it should stop in its tracks. It should stop in its tracks and face us. Okay. But he clearly has no interest in doing that, so I think that's because originally we had a Rottweiler set up in this cage. And when we introduced the Jack Russell, we didn't put I don't think we put the sphere collider on to detect when the player is close. So that's where we're at the moment. Do you have a Discord server? Yes! Exclamation point Discord. We'll get you to the Discord server. It is a general Discord server for my brand, BitGamey. I think game add a parkour. Can you imagine if the dog was doing parkour? That'd be something, wouldn't it? Maybe we can have a bonus level and get some custom animations in there of him jumping over things and sliding under things. Thank you, Dukesoft. Yeah, there's the Discord server. When you join the Discord server, there are a number of roles that you can have. One of them is about streaming. If you pick up that role, that will show you all the channels related to that. You can also find out about assets on that server. So whether you're interested in Unity, Unreal or Discord, you should be able to add an appropriate role. Nano Dev, how the devil are you today? Thanks for stopping by. Was a bit late, just heard, do you have a Discord? Yeah, I mean, maybe I need to make a DC command as well. I haven't seen that before as a command for Discord. You join the Discord server. Alrighty, well, thank you. Good to see you over there. If you have any questions, just let me know. Yeah, it's going alright so far. Thanks, Nanodep. I fixed the issue we had last time of the hearing myself in the headphones, so that's sorted now. I also fixed the issue of dogs moving in unison, so now they move independently and just stop on their own, so that's good. Let me go in and look at the command for Discord, because what we can do, we go in here and set exclamation DC as well. Let's see if that works now. Okay, so that'll do the same thing. All right. So what we're doing next is show browser. And we're trying to find something or a building that we can use for the dog pound, the opening scene. And we tried searching for interior, which didn't really give us what we needed. So I'm thinking that a better search term might be office. Pixel low poly 80s
Wanted.
office.
Bitly the kid. $100,000 reward for his capture.
Dukesoft, what are you doing? And why does it make that noise? Boom, boom. That was never there before. Okay. Well, maybe you'll be luckier than Blimp was earlier when he tried to catch me. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so Pixel Low Poly 80s Office. Is that the look we're going for? Or is this a bit too low poly? I think maybe. If we take the furniture out of the equation, yeah, even the building's a bit too low poly. Look at those. I'm guessing they're supposed to be windows. Oh, private video. That's always good when you have it on a public asset. Well, that has been deprecated, so maybe that's why. Right, so let's drill down here. Okay, so uncheck that. 25 items, that's a bit more like it. So prop, office, furniture, HD pack. What do we have in here? Something that has something to do with an office, I'm guessing. No. What would be office related? Maybe chairs or something? There's a gaming chair. Not really much office related in here.
Oh no, Bitly the kid escaped. No reward for Dukesoft this time.
Sorry, Dukesoft, you tried. You gave it your best shot. Mini-Toon Modular Office. Again, that's a bit too low poly for what we need. Melon's Low Poly Office. Cyberpunk Cyber Room. So anybody that knows Il Ranch, was familiar with their assets, will know that the assets are very heavily post-processed. So everything you see here, you might have to struggle with lighting and post-processing effects to get it to look exactly like this. But usually if we go, nope, not on this one. Usually if you go all the way to the end, it shows you what the assets look like without all the post-processing. So we have office stuff. There's like desks and drawers and old computers. Old style windows. I wonder what the exterior is like, because we will be seeing that at some point. Okay, I caught you last time. Indeed you did. Yes, hopefully you're still spending that money that you didn't actually get. And now the dogs are scratching, trying to come in again. So give me a moment, I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'll leave you with some retro arcade footage.
Got a new suit recently made entirely of living plants. I wasn't sure at first, but it's grown on me.
Bubble Bobble is quite possibly the best games ever made. The soundtrack rocks my ears every time I hear it. The graphics blow my mind. The gameplay, decades ahead of its time. It shall forever be remembered as a game that is near perfect. Also, hi.
Hey Gawley, long time no see, how are you doing? Bubble Bobble is quite possibly the best, well actually, let me have Deadpool read it, I'll run it again since I wasn't here. Okay Deadpool, you're up.
Bubble Bobble is quite possibly the best games ever made. The soundtrack rocks my ears every time I hear it. The graphics blow my mind. The gameplay, decades ahead of its time. It shall forever be remembered as a game that is near perfect. Also, hi.
Hi. Yes, I do like Bubble Bobble, and what were the other similar games? I'm not sure, I don't think there were sequels, but I was like Rainbow Island, New Zealand Story. I think those two, if memory serves. But yes, definitely at some point, maybe even for a game jam, I would like to try and recreate the mechanic, do something similar where it's a platform game, you bounce around and then shoot the aliens with bubbles, and then once they're in the bubbles, I think you can burst the bubbles, is that right? If I remember rightly. Do you work on this game off stream as well? If I said yes, then I would be telling Porky Pies right now. I actually have a 9-to-5 job that I'm working as well, so I do work full time. However, I do bits and pieces here and there when I can. So some days I can spend longer working on it, other days not so much. And especially when, you know, I stream it Mondays and Wednesdays. So between Monday and Wednesday, I likely have not had a chance to do anything on it. But between Wednesday and the following Monday, even though when I stream on Fridays, I stream a different game, I have more opportunity to work on it then. So simple answer, do you work on this game off stream as well, is yes. But it's just varying degrees how much time I can throw at it. You know, sometimes I can work on it for hours, especially if I'm trying to fix a specific issue. Other times I might not get to spend any time on it at all in a day. So It's not perfect dark. It is not perfect dark. You are not wrong, NanoDev. What was it I saw the other day? A film adaptation of an old game, not Perfect Dark. It was, what was the first video game? Max Payne. I think it was the first video game with bullet time introduced, where things can slow down. I didn't realise there was a Max Payne movie that stars Mark Wahlberg, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So anyway, back to trying to find a building. This would kind of work with the interior. I just don't think there's an exterior. If you look at the video, there's a lot of things inside the room, and there's not a specific... See, the windows would work, but there's no specific shots of outside the room, so I'm thinking it is purely an exterior asset, or an interior asset, sorry. But it's frustrating that, at least in the still images, we don't get to see the outside. I do have a number of Il Ranch's assets, so we could see if there's anything else that's appropriate. So I've already logged in. So if we go by price, and then we look down here, we have Steam City, Cyber City. See, I don't specifically want a cyberpunk theme, but if I can find a room, or if I can find a building that has rooms that we can use, then we can remove like the theme from it and just use the basic building. We've got High City, Cyber City, FP. What's FP? Anyway, where did we get to originally? We were looking for office, weren't we? So we search for office and it shows us a stethoscope. So I'm guessing doctor's office is in the meta tags for that one. Furniture pack, city and terrace pack, office pack. What's in this one? It's quite low poly. Office set environment. This might work. Is there an exterior? Oh, well, it even comes with a fish tank, complete with fish. Office environment. I guess potentially we could build the outside. We have a nice interior like this. Yeah, I think we might be able to use this. Is drop game still working? Yes. I think for $4.99, what's included in this is quite a good pack. Sketchfab, let's have a look at the models. So the low poly, which we want to a certain degree, I think these might work even if we had to add some post-processing to the scene. Because really, you're trying to escape from the dog pound, so more you're going to be running around it. You're not going to be standing there and admiring the fixtures and fittings, because we're probably going to have it where staff can see you and chase you. So it's going to be kind of on a time crunch. Bar Binks. That was going to be Bar Black Sheep. Have you any wool? The WizKid98. Welcome on in. We're just looking for a asset on the Unity asset store that we can use for the opening scene of the dog pound or dog shelter. I think we might have at least found an interior, even if it doesn't have an exterior. So we can probably start doing some blocking out with this. Show Unity. Okay, so download. Originally released in 2017, and this asset was updated in 2018, so given the type of asset it is, I don't think we're going to have an issue that it was last updated 6 years ago. So it's called Office Environment Set. Oh, bot gamey with the snowman drop. I mean, since we're officially in spring now, we should probably change the drop game, shouldn't we? First day of spring, we don't really need snow and snowmen. Alright, so if we scroll down now, we should have office environment. And we also have a demo scene, which we can look at in a minute. First, let's go ahead and update the drop game. Show browser. So I believe it's pixelplus.dev, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and looking for parachute drop. View all themes. Log in with Twitch. No. Oh, and earlier we were talking about Irish John Games being another Unity game developer. He has just gone live, so feel free to open him up in another tab. Just throw Irish again in the chat. I'll just look something up real quick. I had to get the screen replaced on my phone recently. That was fun. After I dropped it and it had all kinds of nastiness on the screen. My authenticator app. Okay, finally logged in. O flapping mother of pearl, piece of shiitake mushroom falcons. I just got the everything building and running again. Why was that so difficult? Now I just have to style it all and come up with alternative options to present within the hour. Yay. You better get a wriggle on then, there, young man, if you're going to get that sorted out. APOC, how are you doing? Happy hump day to you. We're just about to update the drop game because, you know, some streamers that will remain nameless still have the Christmas drop game. We actually switched from Christmas after Christmas to the winter drop game, but now, since we're officially in spring, we should update it. I don't know why it's asking me to grant Twitch permissions here when I already have granted them. Now it's saying not logged in. Okay, now we're logged in. Okay, so Twitch channel name, that's definitely the name. Parachute drop, and these are the themes we can use. We have free and premium. So what does spring blossoms look like? Okay, like cherry blossom. Plunk. Never actually, although I'm not averse to it, got anything premium from Pixel Plush. Oh happy day, oh happy day, oh happy day. Okay, so do we have any other spring ones, or is it pretty much just autumn if you want the free ones? Classic themes? Oh, I guess you can go for a classic non-specific one. Just parachutes. Not Halloween. Autumn, I think it was just the leaves, wasn't it? No, we don't want autumn. We'll have autumn when we get to autumn. How about that? So the choices we have for free options are classic or classic. Looking forward to spring. Spring started yesterday, so I am already enjoying it here. Okay, so do we want the classic theme, or do we want to splash out and get either spring blossoms, which is premium, which looks like every balloon has a sub balloon with it with a character on, or Easter free and premium? What's going on at Easter? Well, Easter's next month, isn't it? We could switch to Easter. Let's try Easter. Okay, we're doing it. One of your themes requires the add-on Easter candy parachute drop. 5 coins. We'll get the full theme bundle, Easter bundle parachute drop. 20 coins. How do you get these coins? Add Easter bundle parachute drop to your account. This will use 20 coins. I currently have 0 coins. I'm not sure how we get 20 coins, but let's sure, let's do it. Insufficient coins. Okay. Well, with hindsight, I probably just want to add the one that we need anyway. So where do we get coins? Goodies market? Credits? No, wrong type of credits. Goodies market. Your wallet. So 10 coins is $2. I think we can splash out and use $2. What do we think? I also need to buy some springs. Aha! Some springs for your car, some springs for your bed. What kind of springs are you looking for, APOC? Spring to go in your watch. Right, so 10
What
plus...
do prisoners use to call each other? Cell phones.
Cell phones. Where did our badumts go? Isn't that supposed to be on the end of the jokes? fairly certain there should be a badumts. Alright, let's have a quick look. Actions. Tell a joke. Here we go. Supposed to delay, and then supposed to play a sound, which should have been.
Bar dumb this.
So I don't know why that didn't play. Bar dumb this. Is that like badumtis? But yes, Cortana is now working again. Because I had to set this PC up and copy as much across as I could, there was some tweaking that was needed, and part of that tweaking included making the Cortana voice available again in Windows since Microsoft discontinued it. So it's a little registry hack to open that up, and then it magically appeared in SpeakerBot. So oh, what I didn't notice this time as well, I'll have to look next time it gets redeemed, is whether the installed font now works. I think I would have noticed if it hadn't worked on the wanted poster. Okay, 10 plush coins for 2. Is that 10 coins for $2? Okay, I think we can do that. PayPal.
Wanted, Bit.ly the Kid. $100,000 reward for his capture.
Okay, yeah, the font is there. Good. Thank you, Microsoft. You're determined to catch me this stream. For science. Yeah. How's the game going along? It's going. We're trying to build a dog shelter or dog pound. That's why we're looking through the asset store, trying to find an office environment. So we found one. We downloaded it. We just need to see now what the demo scene looks like and start blocking it out for the first level. Quite literal baby steps. Okay. Logging into PayPal so we can get these coins. Why are things not working for me today? Ding ding ding, dong dong dong. Now it wants to use a factor of medication. Easy for me to say. Okay. Waiting for the code on my phone. There it is. Continue.
Congratulations.
What?
Bit.ly the Kid was caught.
No!
$100,000 for Ducasoft.
Well, there you go, Ducasoft. Congratulations.
Whoa, hello. Woo! Just had a jail drop off my head. Okay, so we're going to splash out and get a whole $2. Spend a whole $2 to get 10 pixel plush coins. Processing. 1 moment while we update. Waiting for confirmation. Come on. Show me the money! Hello. Give me those 10 coins. It's the first time I've purchased on Pixel Plush, so I'm hoping it goes through successfully. So we spent $2, we got 10 coins. You now have 10 plush coins. Cha-ching! Okay, look, 10 lovely coinages. Alright, so back to back to here, and why does it show me rainbow cake? We're trying to do Easter. Pool party. Do we need a pool party? Party cakes. Easter. Okay, so one of your themes requires the add-on. It's usually 10 coins, but they've got it on special for 5. Yes, uses 5 coins. There we go, we got Easter candy. Alright. And now we need to scroll down here. I think everything should still be set the same. We want the score in chat. Hide until the drop happens. Yes. Don't want background. Don't want clouds. Hello, handsome. Who, me? Hope you have a great stream. See you soon. Thank you, Mrs. BitGamey. I will see you later. Don't work too hard. Okay, so everything else should be the same, I believe. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this should all be good. Click to copy. So if we copy that browser source, and then if we go back to OBS, show Unity. She might have already fled Dukasoft. She's at work, so she doesn't hang around for long, but she does like to pop in and say hi if she can. Okay, so we have the new browser source link. So if I just quickly jump to the parachute game object, I'll be right back. Oh, I don't need to be right back because it's in this scene. Okay, never mind. Moving on. Okay, parachute game. Paste it in there. Okay. Alright, Dukasoft. Give it a whiz. Try the new drop game. See if we get some Eastery stuff. Or anybody can use !drop in chat and see if it's working. I'm going to type it slowly, see if I can beat you to it. Ah, Dukasoft got there first. Look, we have a licking Kevin, a Kevin with a big tongue trying to land in the pile of Easter eggs. Look at that. 5 pixel plush coins well spent. Oh, and did it. And look, there's a rabbit. Oh, look at that. Not a candy cane in sight. 60-20. Nice one, Dukasoft. Well, now I've got to try it. And keeping with the theme, I'm going to drop an egg, said the chicken. Well, I'm thinking that might be a wall slider. What do you think? I'm just going to drag down. Yeah, there it is. Hey. Okay, so that's updated. Back to the office. Not actually the office, the virtual office. Alright, so I'm going to jump across to the demo scene that comes with the office and have a look, see what it says. We'll have a quick look at the README. You should import standard assets to get all image effects and provide any errors. I'm not importing standard assets because that's going to be for older versions of Unity and may cause me some problems. Download Light Shafts Master. What? It's the most insane README I've ever read in an asset. Or we could just double click on scene and see what happens. Here we go. Well, okay. I'm guessing they're using some materials that aren't actually available. Given this was originally released 7 years ago, I'm thinking it's probably just built-in render pipeline. Let's hit play and let's see what happens. Do we get any moving fish? I hope so. I like the idea of the fish tank. Possibly, potentially. Here we go. There's the bubbles. Where's the fish? Where's the fish? We have bubbles, but where's the fish? How can you have a fish tank with no fish? Urgh. Okay, well, is there another fish tank in the room? Maybe that has fish in? Nope. You know, you could also use this bubble particle system in the water cooler if somebody got water. So let's have a look then. Where's this fish tank? Aquarium. Is that like an aquarium? Aquarium? You'll have a fish aquarium? Alrighty. So I don't... goldfish. Here's the goldfish. He got out of his tank. Quick! Somebody grab a net. We've got a loose goldfish. What? I think maybe maybe his positioning is slightly off. So he starts in the tank. Look, I can see him there. But then for some reason, he maybe his animator's causing the problem. He like zips off to a different position. Because he starts here. We hit play. And then he's no longer in the tank. He is somewhere else entirely, which is over here. Which if we zoom out and see where he is in relation to the tank, it's not a million miles away, but it's definitely not in the tank. I wonder what happens if we do a reset on the position. Reset property position. Let's see if it works now. No. So what I'm thinking is happening is his animation is hard-coded. So the problem is that he's swimming around, which is great, but not in the tank. Which means the only way to get around it, well, the quickest way to get around it, at least for testing purposes, is to move the aquarium yes, change children. We're going to move the is that the whole aquarium? Yes, it is. Alright, so stop moving. We'll move the whole thing over here. Now, where's the fish? Fish has moved as well. Goldfish is here. Yeah, so it's definitely the animator that's causing the issues. Because if we try and move him back into the tank. Whoa! Now I have no idea what he's doing. Okay, well, we can work on that. Now, we'll probably just disable him. What I'd like to do, I do believe that we have some fish. I'm not sure if they come with a flocking script, but let's have a look. Show browser. Okay, we've finished with Pixel Plush. We can close that out. Back to here. And we go to My Assets again, reset, and then search for fish. got some nice tropical fish somewhere. Probably don't want a great white shark in the tank. He might be a bit squeezed in there. Emperor angelfish. That's fancy. Flop box. Underwater effects. Thalassophobia stylized oceans. Let's look at the full details of that because it did mention fish. Easily create beautiful underwater worlds. Contains assets from sunken and outposts on blah 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 blah. Okay. 375 tropical fish. That's a lot of fish. That's a lot of fish. Where are the fish? We want to see the fish. Here we go. Well, black and white. There's the colour versions. Oh, they're quite low poly, aren't they? A bit too much. Too low poly for our needs. Okay, never mind. Moving on. Corals. Does that come with fish? Or is that just literally the corals? That is just the corals. Okay. Sardines, great white sharks again. Penguins. What in the world? Skating fish. Okay. I'm certain I had a really nice fish pack. Underwater Life Deluxe. Okay, this set will do. Unity editor. Okay, Underwater Life Deluxe. Download. Zip, 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 zip. 379 megabytes. 438 files. That's a lot of fish. Okay, while that's running, let's have a look. See what else we have in here. That's water. Low poly world. Oop. Low poly world north. Does this have fish? I do like the low poly assets from Mixel. If you're not familiar, definitely get over to the asset store and check out his assets. If anybody wants to check out, it's all assets. And just there. And we'll pin that message.
Wanted, Bitly the Kid. $100,000 reward for his capture.
Why? Why, Houdin? Look at me, I'm just a little tiny baby now that you're trying to make money from. Okay, well, your chances might be not the best, since Dukasoft just caught me last time, but who knows? It's all random, so good luck. We'll find out in a couple of minutes. Okay, so I think there's ice fishing in this asset. I'm not sure about actual, like, tropical But I do like Pixel's assets. I think one gem I would like to just use his assets. If we have a look and see which ones I have, sort by price. I have his road signs, surgical instruments, ambulance, medicine chest. Which other ones do I have? Oh, I'm not going through 13 pages of assets. But let's see. Keep going till we get one more asset that I own of his. Okay, the Western asset. Low poly world Western. I own. Lots of buildings and stuff. Sleepy time, Clayman. Well, I hope you have sweet dreams.
Bitly the kid escaped. No reward for Hugin 9129 this time.
Sorry, Hugin. Have sweet dreams, Clayman, and I hope you wake up inadvertently having dreamed about how to solve all your current coding issues. That would be quite the thing, wouldn't it? And I'll hopefully catch your next stream. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so I don't think that the fish we're importing has a... That's happened way more than you'd think, actually. No, I quite believe it because it's happened to me too. So that was where my inspiration came from. All right, so let's see if we have any fish packs that already have a flocking script. We can create one, but I don't like reinventing the wheel if we already have a... If there's either a free flocking script we can just use, or if I already own a pack with one in. So let's have a look. Sort by price. Oh look, Everyday Gamer M. There's Mon up there, and she's up there twice for some reason. So let's refresh one of those streams because, you know, as much as we want to shout people out, we want to spread the love. So if we refresh that top stream, possibly, potentially. No. All right. How about we try and... Oh, there we... No. Things are stuttering a bit today. Okay. So we have this Flockbox ECS 2019. Probably not going to want that many fish in the fish tank, so I might not need ECS. Alright, so let's see if we've got anything, any of the scripts in here that we can use. Aquarium with fish and spider. Spider seems an odd thing to put in with an aquarium with fish. Okay. Do 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 do. For flocking instead. Simple voids, flocks of birds, fish and insects, that might be the one. Crow flocking, that's a great package that is, I'm glad I bought that one. We'll be using that later in the game when we did some, or I did some preliminary testing of a farmer's field where the birds came down and started eating the crops, and this was the asset I used for that testing. Bird flock bundle. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Nope, not that asset. Where was the flocking one that I was looking at? Simple Boys, this one. Abadoo, how are you doing? I'm not sure if you're getting an ad at the moment, so I'm going to throw a hi into chat in case you can't see or hear me right now. Okay, so Simple Boys, flocks of birds, fish, and insects. I love it, but my project is HDRP, so it doesn't work. That's okay, because my project isn't HDRP. I'm guessing that since it was released a few years ago, it might just be or built in. I recommend importing this asset into a new project. Study the operation of the asset and copy the components you need to your project. Well, what's in the package content that you're suggesting a whole new project? Bird and fish shaders. I don't really need shaders. Example scenes. Let's have a look at the other reviews. Nope, no ad here. Okay, that's good. I don't know why. Twitch is telling me that there's an ad break on for another 45 seconds, so that is weird. Okay, so let's refresh the bottom stream as well, because something's going on with Mon's stream. Okay. Incredibly cool. I love it. Okay, that was the HDRP guy. It is a very good asset. Works easily. Had to adapt a bit of my own meshes because by default needs the mesh to go forward. Some meshes I had were wrong made and had default direction in the wrong direction. Only problem I found is that sometimes fish go inside rocks. Maybe I'm using it wrong. Publisher replied. Ding ding. Fragmented flock Y limit. Limit the scatter of targets along the Y-axis. Fragmented birds. Ads should be finished now. Well, do you know what? The ads can only finish if they start, and according to Abadoo, they never started, so that's on you, Twitch. Kind of messy to set up, but once working, it's just awesome and highly customizable. I wish you could adjust movement more so birds don't go underground, but it's free and looks pretty cool. Okay, component settings. Let's see, what does this one say? We will never know because I'm not putting it in my other browser just to translate it. I won't lie, I love having this asset, for free no less, but it would be 1000% easier to use if the author was less concerned with setting up the demo to look amazing and more concerned with others being able to adapt it to a project. It is seemingly 100% incompatible with a mature project, as the author hints at, but if you copy the assets from your own demo project, it will mostly work, but not quite. All the settings will be off, the shaders won't quite be right, the models will have weird colours. Therein lies the time you will need to tweak this to get it to be anything like what you see in the video. Also be aware this is more a demonstration of what could be, as the fish will happily swim through the coastline or whatever you have, and the birds will fly into structures. So it definitely has a limited use case. Okay, so based on all of this, I am going to, as they say, roll my own. Let's look at the reviews of this one because this too is free. Ooh. 2 major issues. First issue is archetype chunk component type is replaced by component type handle. Second issue is hybrid renderer, easy for me to say, requires URP HDRP be installed. What? It shouldn't. It could work, but I'm not installing URP HDRP to figure it out. Already debugged and fixed the code, only to realise I'm not going to use URP HDRP under any circumstance. Paul Swanson. Great flocking fish, running very, very fast. I have a problem of the package. The developer is replying fast to help to slow the problem. Update. Sorry, just noticed your reply. Everything works great. Can really recommend the asset. We'll be having the option to manually animate the target. Okay, well, on my to-do list, because it's not something fun to watch, the stream is to create a blocking script. And if I'm not mistaken, Penny DeBale has a course in which she does just that. I believe it's the beginner's AI course. I think I did actually have it in another project, but it's probably just as quick to recreate it as try and dig through my projects and find it. So I'll put on my to-do list, create fish blocking script. And then that way we can use the fish that we imported. Show Unity. Import. And as well as using this underwater life deluxe package in the fish tank, we can probably use it elsewhere in the game as well, so it won't matter that we imported this seemingly oversized package full of underwater life. So it took a while to download it, and now I'm trying to import it, and it's busy trying to generate the list of assets that it's going to import. So we'll just leave that to its own devices for a moment. Alright, so my to-do is create fish blocking script. Okay, so I'm going to do an SO shout out for Science Streams. One of the mods here who was in earlier. He streams everything science related, and
the Munchkin muted us.
There we go. That's his wife Alita and his baby Alona. And if you hold on to your ears, because this is very loud, this is one of Dukasoft's favourite commands, which does show the details about baby Alona when she was born last year. Not so much of a baby anymore though, more in toddler mode now. Yes, but always a fun stream over there. Does different things, does science art, does microscopy, 3D printing, a whole bunch of stuff. Game playing, the science behind video games as well. So definitely, if you're not already following, drop him a follow. I'm going to throw out another one because, you know, just the kind of shouty-outy mood I'm in today. I'm going to also test if the SO command is working. I'm going to shout out Nerduino. So we should get a clip, and then you'll get a fancy pants shout out in about 40 seconds.
9 of his photographs were honored by 9. Holy cow. I wonder what the record... Does anybody know what the record is for... astronomy picture of the day?
I don't.
Not obviously like JWST, but for an individual.
I don't know. I have no idea. Nerduino.
Notice his images also in the magazines BBC Sky at Night, Worldwide Gallery, The World at Night. Published his photographs in the scientific and technical magazine Quark, and he is co-owner and associate.
I thought we were watching the stream there for a minute rather than it being a clip, but Nerduino, always a fun stream over there, does astral photography, everything space related. He is a former NASA scientist, and I hear he has some great mods too. So get yourself over there, drop him a follow. And he also has a beehive that he's recently reactivated, for want of a better word. So he has a redemption where you can switch to his outdoor camera and watch bees in his hive. Alrighty. How are we doing on this import Unity? Actually, you didn't do anything. So you sat there for that whole time. Oh, there it is. Oops, my bad. Sorry, Unity. I stand corrected. It didn't open where I expected it to open. So now I've got to click the cancel button. I'm trying to re-import. Okay, there's Nerdwino's Fancy Pants shout out. Just click the heart at the top of the chat window if you're not already following him. Oh, it looks like we already have imported this. What are the chances? It's already in the BG Animals folder by the look of it. So we'll put the package manager back up there. We'll go to BG Aminals. And then in here we should have Underwater Life. Here we go. Underwater Life Deluxe. Scripts. Could we possibly... Oh no, it's just a free roam camera. So, you know, if you're going to have fish, you could have put a basic flocking script in it. That wouldn't really have hurt, would it, given it's a paid asset? Maybe, possibly. Yeah. Anyway. Aminals. Let's have a look. All these lovely fish. They don't seem very colourful in here, but I'm sure once we drag them out, it'll be a different story. Even got starfish, look. Little starfish. Not sure about the colouring on that one, but okay, so I'll get rid of that. This is the demo scene that was with the office stuffs. Office environment pack. So if we zoom out, zoom, and this is pretty much showing you what they give you. So this will probably work great because yes, we have to put an outside on it, but our two options are we can either build the outside or we can find something like one of the Cinti buildings that just has an exterior. Find one that has doors that open, and then we can build into that shell. So we could use this. Yeah. The Waitning. Guessing the waiting room, possibly. Oh, I guess that's where the camera is, because everything disappears if we hide that. Okay, so this is the waiting room. Please take a number. I don't think we'll be using that. I don't think you have a take a number system when you go to a dog shelter. Hopefully this is a separate mesh that we can take this number off here. Yes. Okay, so the LCD is a whole thing. We can take that off because we won't need that, but we will be able to reuse this. Okay. Is this going to be a good drop? Are we going to see the little bunny again? It's looking promising. Yes. There he goes. All right. So does this package have any prefabs like pre-built rooms, or are we going to have to entire set? Maybe that's the one we need. not really an entire set, is it? It's kind of, yes, this thing here. Yeah, entire set. It doesn't have any doors, doesn't have any furniture. It's a floor and some walls. And it's all white. So I think our best option is to look for an exterior now. It looks like this only comes with interior stuff. All inside. Okay, so I'm quietly confident we have everything that we need to create the interior of the pound, and then we'll have one room like this where we have the cages in with the dogs. Show browser. So all we should need at this point is an exterior. So what about if we search for something as simple as, let's just try exterior and then we'll try building. Exterior. Low poly PPR houses. Sure, houses would double as. No, it's a free pack and there's only 6 and we can see them here. None of those look like what we need. Fences, traffic cones. Lovecraftian Horror Village. I remember that. I won that on the Mexicoda stream. $80. Thought potentially we might be able to use this for the, or at least some of the assets from it, for the zombie game that we do on Fridays. Potentially. Okay, building exteriors, fence package, low poly woods lifestyle. Bit too low poly for what we need. Japanese buildings, I think that would really fit. Oh. Low poly houses, free pack. Yeah, a bit too low poly. Low poly cute bakery building. City and terrace pack. $164.99. What? Definitely got that in a bundle. Holy cheese, look how many screenshots there are. I guess you'd expect that for $165. Well, that's great if you're building a city scene, but we're not, so that doesn't really help. Page 2. Retro farmhouse, $85 again. Yeah, I wouldn't have paid that, so kind of a bundle. Looks dilapidated, which would be great for a horror movie. Horror movie? Horror game. Not really what we're looking for this. PB Frontier Settlement. Nope. Village exteriors, medieval village. Bum, 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 bum. A church, okay. Sci-fi city, interiors and exteriors. Page 3, not much luck so far. Exterior swimming pool. Low poly brick houses. Nope. I know what I'm looking for. And I'll know when I see it, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm not averse to purchasing one if I don't have one, but loath to do that if I already have something I can utilise in the assets that I have. Urban props, no, not really props, we need buildings. Level design set. Wooden walls? Not really. Old windmill, castle. So, nothing. Alrighty. Well, I'm just going to grab a quick drink. I will be right back. Alright, that's enough Spy Hunter. Okay. Not sure this really fits me properly, but hey, it's got dogs on, so make allowances. Alright. So what about we look somewhere like turbosquid.com. And then we search for something like office building, maybe? What are you doing right now, Turbo Squid? Running a bit slow. Okay. So look, see what's slowing things down right now. Unity. Unity is causing issues. I don't know why it's not really doing anything. Okay, let's switch back to the scene that we need to be on. So, BG scenes, dog pound. Okay. Okay, so what we could do is start blocking out the interior, just so that we know what type of exterior we need, or we can find an exterior and then build within it. That might be the better option. Okay, so it's an office. Building. Sort by lower prices. See if we can find anything that looks remotely like a dog pound. Or maybe we just try searching for dog shelter. Well, dog pound. Animal shelter. Come on, Turbo Squid. Cut me some slack. What is this? Dubai bus stop. Not really an animal shelter then. $49 for a commercial dog kennel. We already have the cages, so we don't need all that. What's this one here? Outdoor dog kennel and run. Vivarium. Stables, yeah, not quite. Horse riding arena.
Welcome, friends. I've been expecting you.
Moonies! How are you doing on this hump day? Good to see you. Thanks for swinging by and bringing your community. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What are we up to? Spill the tea. Tell me the good stuffs. We're busy just looking for a dog pound building at the moment. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. While we wait to see what was happening in Moonies' stream today, my name is Lee, aka BitGamey, and I'm working on a game called Homeward Hound, where you play as a beagle, an unnamed beagle as of now, and it's based on, or has similarities to, the PS2 game Dog's Life, if anybody's played that. So the high-level story is that you're the pet that belongs to the family, and the family leave you behind, and you have to find your way back to them, going through various challenges and levels. Doing great, stream went great, cleaned up some smaller issues in the game so I could send a test version to some friends. Oh, nice, nice. It's always good when you get some constructive criticism, get some feedback on the build and see what's going on and see what you can fix. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be running for today. We'll go for a little bit longer. We got it working so that the animals, or the dogs, Jack Russells, worked independently. Show Unity. So this is the first level that we're working on, which is going to be a dog pound. So we found an asset of a big outdoor cage. Have to raid and run though, always late when ending streams. Yep, there's always that post-stream stuff to do. So enjoy the rest of your day, Moonies. Again, thanks for the raid. Have a good one. Okay, so this is the outdoor cage that we have. We also have, just over here, an indoor cage. And then if we hit play, we'll be able to see that both of these Jack Russells work independently of each other. And when they reach the edge of the cage, they stop. Sometimes they stop, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they bark, sometimes they don't. If they do bark, it's one of 4 different barks for some randomness. And we have a key we can press that the dog can sit down, another key so the dog can lay down, just for testing purposes, another key so that the dog can pee. And then we have a puddle produced when he pees. So just hit play. I think we had the L key for laying down, maybe. Yep, there we go. Dogs lay down. Obviously it won't be triggered by a key normally, and he won't be sliding around like this, but after a fashion he does get back up and start walking again. And then what we introduced on the last stream was the P key, which lifts his leg, a little bit of sound effects, and as you didn't see it there, but there is actually a puddle that gets produced as well, which we can probably see if we do it in this angle. There he goes, lifts his leg. The movement thing we're fixing, it's just because he's walking around in the cage. We don't plan on having the dogs peeing in the cages. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you, Moonies. It's been going pretty well so far, so I'm hoping that we can round out soon and it's been quite productive today, so we will see how it goes. Alrighty, one of the things we did earlier as well was we updated the drop game. At Christmas we had the Christmas one. Between Christmas and now we had the winter one, and we just went to pixelplush.dev and paid a few coins for the Easter one. So now we have an Easter drop game where you drop down on a parachute and hopefully land on the landing pad. When you do land on the landing pad, well, not like that, but when you do land on the landing pad, you do get to see a little bunny that runs out. As it says there in chat, if you score 99 or more in the drop game, you can get a free sub. Okay. Not really sure why I just got a notification in my feed saying hype train complete at level 1, 0%. How did a hype train start? Okay. Not sure what you're doing there, Twitch. But anyway. Alrighty. So, show browser. Are you not working for me today, voice commands? There we go. Just a little bit slow. Okay, so we're just looking through on Turbo Squid. Couldn't really find anything appropriate. We already looked through the asset store. Couldn't find anything. So next we can try CG Trader. Animal Shelter. Let's see what this comes up with. Of course, they totally look like animal shelters, do they not? No, they do not. Farmhouses. I don't know, I didn't think it would be so difficult to just find something like a dog shelter. Or animal shelter. Let's try dog pound. Okay, so let's just have a look for image references. So we already have the cages. So we can build something like this with the cages. But then we just need something that represents the outside of the building. Dog shelter, exterior. I mean, really just something like this, but trying to find a building like that. Adoption Centre. Building exterior. So look in the asset store again. Must be able to find something. Laboratory. No, definitely don't want a laboratory. Doesn't need to be a medieval building. Pub building. Apartment buildings, building project. 42 buildings. Why would you need 42 buildings? I wouldn't even mind if one of these buildings was what I was looking for. Then of course you have to make sure that all the art style matches as closely as possible, so if I did have 42 buildings that were all in the same style, that would be good, but these don't really look like the style that I'm looking for. Modular glass building. Abandoned buildings. Nope, not abandoned. Well, let's sort by price instead of popularity. See what we can find. Free environment. Slavic medieval. No, not really the look I'm going for. Urban building. How about that? So I'll zoom in. Could we make this work, I wonder? It's not really a good front of the building, is there, that you could, even if you put like adoption center on here or something, it's not really. Have a look inside. So it would need an additional floor putting on. I guess these supposed to be doors. Yeah, so they're external doors. Possibly, potentially. We could put like a logo, something to do with that building on the first. Have this side as the entrance. And then we'd have to build out at the back to have the yard like we do now with all the external cages. Well, let's open that in a new tab. Keep that as a possibility. Building apartment. Yeah, these are definitely apartments, like it says. Not really. Couldn't even do enough to that to make it look like a dog shelter building. Old building. Nope, not really. Secret radio room. Nope. Stylized dark fantasy sun temple. B3 building interior and exterior. It's a bit unusual with the exterior, isn't it? Which is mostly what we're looking for. If we have an exterior that comes with an interior, that's great, but we just imported an office asset for the interior. Museum, urban, Japanese. Brick building with a comfy rooftop. Hotel, Dracula's Castle, definitely not what I'm looking for. I'm not averse to using free assets, so if we use this urban building, it fits our purpose. We can add enough customization to it to make it work. I'm getting very close to that point where we're going to do that. Thank you. Don't need a cabin or a house. They're too low poly. They're medieval. Lithuania buildings. Alright, one more page and we're going to use the freebie. Can't find it. Lots of medieval. Okay, so we'll go with urban building. Wait, hang on, before we go for urban building, does it have doors that open? Because that's going to be a big, quite literal sticking point, if not. What does it say? Urban building, polygons, 7 meshes, 7 materials, clean modelling, correct naming. 7 meshes. Let's have a look. Is there anything that says... I think the best way is to import it, then we'll find out. Original Unity version 2017. Open in Unity. Show Unity. Okay, urban building. Download. Import. Import. Back to the scene. Urban building. So urban building prefab. Just urban building. So that's the original model. This is the whole prefab. Let's bring in the prefab. Reset the position. My hopes are not high that we have opening doors. Oh my goodness, I think we do. We can disable the doors, that's good. What's going on? This is not the interior that I was expecting. So the exterior is fine. Does it only have one-way normals? Is it? Surely not. Surely does. Well.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Exactly. Surely you can't be serious, but look. Now, very serious. There is no interior. So how does it show an interior in the asset? Yeah, when you import it, it doesn't. So we'll delete that from the scene. Let's just try the model instead of the prefab. See if that's the same. I'm guessing it will be. Yep. No interior. Why? Why? Show browser. Didn't imagine it right. There was an interior. Look, interior. Interior. Any reviews? Good quality. It's a good set for distant filler, but the scale seems a bit off close up. Nobody mentions about the inside. Looking for a building for mobile game, finally found. Pros, the building is amazing and it's really good quality if you look it from outside. Cons, I wanted to use it because of the insides, but there are no walls from inside. It's one-way wall. Thanks, but this house was not designed for internal use, just to fill the scene. Which is great. However, how come the model here shows an interior? How is it we can go inside this one? I mean, I'm not saying too much because it's free, but don't advertise something that you're not selling or not giving away, because this quite clearly shows an interior. Thank you for sharing this. Are there no files inside the building? The inner wall is transparent. Thank you too. Yes, there are no files inside the building. So do we spend time making an interior? $64,000 question. Nope, wrong way. Try that way. Here we go. What is going on with that Sochi Riot feed? I'm guessing that's a filter or something just put on there. Okay. So the one building we find that looks like it's what we need and has no interior. So let's see how we can use the existing walls and things that come with it. Go Unity. It comes with the demo scene. Let's have a look at the demo scene. Because I'm really curious how they have a model that's shown in the asset store, which is different. Yeah, even in the demo scene, transparent. Building base. Okay, it's just the bottom. Building doors. All the doors are one mesh, which is no big problem. We'll just delete all the doors and then just add our own doors. Building exterior details. Okay, so that's all the pipework and everything. Building wall brick. So that is quite literally oh my goodness. I understand how he has a different model on the store. It does have the materials with it, so say for example wall brick, we do have a standard shader for urban building wall brick material. So in theory, if we did add a 3D object plane and then grab the brick material, yeah, but it's not just brick, is it? It's the whole Oh, yeah. So it's all of this. I just wanted it to be a brick material. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to use this at all. Just because there's going to be a lot of work trying to recreate an interior. If we just had a material that was just the brickwork, we could kind of paste planes inside and go around windows and doors and make it look okay. But what about if we just had a plain material? Here's the textures. We had something like that, and then rotated it 90 on the X. Wouldn't necessarily have to be brickwork on the inside. Let's scale it first. So 0.5, 0.45 maybe. Spin around. Can't see that from the outside. Inside. Inside, at least there's an interior wall now. So where are the doors? Okay, so there was a door in this one. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to put one plane at the top, a smaller plane to the left of the door, and another plane to the right of the door. So that's going to be three planes right there. So look at this from the outside so we can see where the door is. So it should be the plane. Okay, so we're going to create an empty. We're going to have it as dog shelter. That's the group. Reset the position. And we're going to put the urban building into it, and then the plane. Right click. Okay, empty. We're going to have interior and exterior. So the exterior will be the building, the interior we call it wall 1, B, C. Falcon03, how are you doing today? Thanks for dropping in.
Thanks for the follow.
Appreciate that follow. Hope your day is going well. What we're doing is we're just trying to build a dog shelter or a dog pound. We just found a free model of an urban building, and on the asset store it looked like it had an interior, but when we downloaded it, it didn't. And then we looked at the reviews, and the reviews said it didn't either. So we're having to put flesh on the bones, so to speak. We're going to have to add an interior. So we're just working on building up the interior walls now, so that we can use it as a fully fledged building. Just trying to learn how to make games with Unity. Oh, okay. Well, you're in the right place. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. I mean, I'm not a professional. I've been doing it for a couple of years, but I can definitely either answer your questions or point you in the right direction, hopefully. I find that the best way to learn is to do game jams. And if you look at my itch page, you'll see there's a few games on there that I've actually submitted to jams over the years. Okay, so let's carry on building this wall out. So I've got A, which is the top section, and then we've duplicated it to get the other 2/3 that we need. So now we need to drag this down. Need to change the scale. Let's have a look. Does that work? No. To be bigger than that. So 0.13, 0.18. Alrighty. So what we're probably better doing is deleting that one and duplicating this one to be C.
like
find
what you
out
see, huh?
where the
You got the good
door is. Booyah, Grandma! Subscribed with Bezos's Prime. Thank you very much. How's your day going today? Now, did you sneakily move when I wasn't around? Because from what people are saying, it sounds like you might have moved already. I know last time I think we spoke on stream, you said it was your move was imminent, but I don't know. I'm not sure if you're still here, if you went there, or... So where are you right now? Which country are you in? You moved! Huzzah! They finally let you in. And your pupper too. And your 29 bottles of lotion or whatever you were allowed. So how's it going? How are you adjusting to life in Japan? So for anybody... You both made it. Excellent. So for anybody not familiar with Booyah Grandma, my command won't help you be any more familiar. My command's not working today. It's great. Excellent. I'm so happy for you. Glad that worked out. So we got a cheer from your remote, and then we got a cheer from Buttspot. Trying to be clever and say it's dog's butt. Okay, so let's have a quick look at this command and find out why my Booyah command is not working. What? Okay, so the message is still here, but apparently it forgot what the command was, so I wonder sometimes at StreamerBot. I tried to sing your praises, StreamerBot, but sometimes you get right on my nerves, I gotta say. Okay, so apparently the action is still there with the correct text for Booyah Grandma, but the command has disappeared. So we'll create a new command. We'll call it B-O-O-Y-A. Okay, and it needs to be at the start. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Try it again. There we go. Finally. Every day is a little vacation. I bet it is.
That's what she said.
Miss Adventures in Astro, welcome in. Thank you for that. It's one of my favourite sound clips. I did have it before I switched to another PC on my Stream Deck, so I could secretly press it when nobody was looking, but I haven't added it back in yet. Hope your day is going well, Miss Adventures in Astro. Yeah, we're just talking about Booyah Grandma, who has moved to Japan and is now saying that every day is a little vacation. And I was saying I felt very similar to that when I moved from England to Texas, because yeah, everything is just new. It's new places, new people. Yeah, so if anybody's here that's not following Booyah Grandma, he has an amazing game called Alpine Lake. And if you like the kind of cutesy style of game, we're going to have a look at the trailer in a minute. It reminds me, I don't know, the interactions and the environment and everything, and I might be totally wrong, but it reminds me a lot. I have Animal Crossing vibes. So all I'm going to say is let's watch the trailer. Show browser. Okay, so when I clicked on the link in chat, it went to my default browser, which is not the one I use for streaming. So over we go. Obviously, I won't be logged in because this is not my normal browser, but I have added this to my wish list, which everybody needs to do. So I'm going to unmute it. How do we get back to the start? I've had this issue before, where I can't get back to the start of the trailer. I guess click off it and back on again. Let's pause the music for a moment, and we will go back to it. Here we go. It looks and sounds amazing. Everything's just so fluid. Just does what you'd expect it to do. It has archery, has building. I mean, it's a in building simulation. But look, fishing, crafting. There's your archery. It just looks amazing. And release date is 2025, so I'm already saving up because something this great should cost a lot of money, so I need to be able to afford it when it releases. Wishlist now on Steam. Great job, Andrew, and I hope that being in a new place is going to be even more motivational for you to crack on with this and get it sorted out. Because it needs to release, please. Just get it released. Get it done. Do the thing. Do it. Okay. It is a very cool looking game. I sing its praises any chance I get. I aim to be one of the... I'm allowed to use the word cheerleader because people might just like, I don't know, picture me in the wrong kind of outfit. But I like to be a cheerleader for good games, and this is definitely one of those. Show Unity. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll try not to look at the game I'm working on because it's... I shouldn't say, hey, look at this amazing game. All right, back to mine. Second I get a chair, I'll continue working on it. You haven't got a chair yet. Although... everything I see, like, I'm not familiar with Japan at all, and this is definitely not meant to sound bad in any way, shape or form, but when I watch things like Studio Ghibli films, mostly animated things, the places they live in, they kind of sit around those tables and they sit cross-legged on the floor. So you're not expected to, you're allowed a chair. It's okay sitting on a chair. Should be coming any second. So what chair did you get? Did you buy it online? Do you have a link to it? Are all the links you're going to show us now going to be .jp addresses? Because, you know, ordering local and stuff. I have so many questions. So many questions. Not least is, where is my housewarming party invitation? Because I haven't got it yet. Unless you sent it from Japan, then it might take a while. Possibly do have a VPN though. Okay. So are there any restrictions that you're aware of in Japan as far as websites go? Because I know some countries, they lock down certain sites, don't they, that you can't get to, which obviously VPN is a way of working around that. I just didn't know if you were aware of any current website restrictions for Japan. I could Google this stuff, but, you know, nothing like hearing it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So I have I think it's called a steel ThinkCase chair, and I'm really pleased with it. It costs a ridiculous amount of money, but I got it from, I guess a scratch and dent place would be the best way to describe it. Madison Seating, I think it's called. And I got it for a fraction of what you'd pay normally, and I'm really pleased with it. Most of the web is the same. Oh, okay. So, how long have you been there? Number one.
What you see, huh? You got the good taste.
Travel the world. Subscribe for 12 months. Look at that. It's our 1-year anniversary. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And for those of you saying, where do you get such an amazing bucket hat like that with dogs on? This was on my throne list, and it was generously purchased by Travel the World herself. So thank you again for that. I got this. What is this? I got this. Nitori. Oh, this is the chair. Okay. Show browser. So there's the amazing Alpine Lake, and this is the chair. Oh, it's not too dissimilar to mine, actually. Courier shipping out of stock, local delivery in stock. Okay, so did you get their last one? Did they sell out after you bought it? So let's do a... Actually, where did the music go? I think we stopped it, didn't we? Okay, start the music again. All right. So let's have a look at this chair. I think that's about the same dimensions. So does this mean it has lumbar support? Is that what we're looking at in that picture? Because you need some good lumbar support for your lower back. Looks like it has an adjustable headrest or extendable, which is nice. I don't find myself sitting back too much, and I probably should, because it's probably need to sit up better. But I really this chair has lumbar support, so it's touching the bottom of my back, so to speak, and that's pretty much all I touch in the chair. And then I try to sit upright, so really my back is not even touching the chair. I don't even know if you can see. Oh, you can see the chair. So mine doesn't have a fancy headrest like Booyah's does. I think if we look here, I think it's steel case. I think steel case chair. Okay. Yeah, so this is the one I have. Like the retail is silly. It's like 4 figures. But mine was a refurb. Oh, it's definitely not that back style. 3D knit back. Quilted upholstered back. What? That is not the one I've got. This is the one I've got, where it's like a mesh style. Glowing, glowing gone. Thank you for turning on the lights, Vulcan 3. So now we have we have a glowy lamp, we have some glowy lights, and a nice glowy string of lights as well. Nice, yeah, the mesh is best. Also, Andrew, I have a giphy command now, and what we can do is we can put the word Japanese as a keyword and see what it comes up with. Okay. Studio Ghibli we were just talking about. My Neighbor Totoro, if I'm not mistaken. It is firing twice. I don't know why. I think it might be because how I've got the command set up. There you go. It's got to be a steak if it's Texas, right? Deep in the heart of Texas. Let me try and work out why it's firing twice. Okay, so random. Giphy search, show random. It might be that one. I think that might be the problem. Let's delete that. Delete. BMO bubble. There we go. I don't know how well it works on 2 separate words. I think it's the same search line that you would get if you go to giphy.com. So I'm assuming you can use multiple words. Yeah, it's still triggering twice. And I'm fairly certain it's because I got it set to call from whether you do a random one or not. So let me just try something here real quick. So if we disable that trigger, I'll just try it. Okay, so that means there's ones. What about if I just do it without a keyword? Okay, so that was the problem. Alright, so that's working. Look at that, we're fixing all kinds of things today. So, we've done Japan, you've done Texas, so now I need to do Canada in light of Travel the World being here. Giphy Canada. There we go, look at that. Trucker hats with maple leaf symbol. Wait, I've just seen what tune is playing. Are you kidding me? Andrew, are you seeing this? Andrew, it's a sign. Beer. Canadian beer. Ridiculous, right? Gate to Japan. If ever there was a sign. This is a random playlist that I have. I didn't even know there were any tracks on it that had the word Japan in. Here you are, you show up. Okay, and then apparently we end up in Australia. But still, that was about Japan. I'm taking that as a good sign. Where are we? Canada? So, Tim Hortons, is that originally Canadian? Is that why you went with Hortons? Because I'm familiar with the brand. In fact, I have some coffee that Travel the World bought, and that was Tim Hortons. So now you have me wondering. What I might do eventually is lock down this Giphy command to subscribers, just so that it doesn't get over spammed. But while I'm testing it for the developer that created this particular mod, I'm just leaving it open to everybody. You might have implemented the best command on all of Twitch. So let me do a shout out for who actually created this command, because I don't want to take the credit. I don't think there's any numbers or anything, so let's have a try. Yes, okay, so Gauman, and I think that's God of War, the GOW, hence the capitalization.
The way I would do it is
he's a VTuber.
grab it from like the chat message.
That's him streaming. He's very active in the StreamVOD community, especially on their Discord, and he has a bunch of different mods and things. And the Giphy command he's been working on some time, and he's just about to release it after he does the documentation, but I've been asking him about it. I've been pestering him for a while, saying, oh, I'd really like this for my stream. So he actually gave it to me before it's officially released. So here we are. So, well, look, Spaceman. All the good stuffs. And when you set it up, you can lock it down to ratings. So I believe I locked it down to PG-13. So in theory, you shouldn't be able to have anything inappropriate or non-wholesome come up. Okay, so you said this chair is arriving any second. Do you have tracking information? I'm guessing if you pay nearly $300 for a chair, they give you tracking on it. So you can probably tell exactly the day it will arrive, if not the time. How can you say this product is for general household use, it is not designed for commercial use? So what are they saying? If you buy it and someone uses it in an office every day, it's going to break? It's a bit crazy. I have it on a receipt somewhere. Oh, okay. So do you find yourself going to more... What's SG? Is that Singapore? Do you find yourself going to more Japanese websites now? And when you go there, you're using Google Chrome and it says convert to English? Or do you not convert? Because I know you're trying to pick up the lingo. I think I have symbols on my shirt, Andrew. Only $3 a month. What? Andrew, I have symbols on my shirt. Look, symbols. It's another sign. What? Just putting that out there. Just saying, lots of signs that say you should be there. Thank you. That was actually a gift from Mrs. Bit Gamey, who popped her head into the chat earlier. Yeah, so I have a different Kirby shirt, and she saw this one and she said, "Oh, I bought you a present." And there it was. I had a shirt. Tim Horton was a Canadian hockey player who passed away in '74. He was the fan. I did not know that, Travel. Interesting. I think Japanese culture is just slowly taking over the world. Well, you're probably almost certainly not wrong. I do like this chair though. It's very nice. Fancy headrest and casters. Yeah, mine has casters on as well. And it's height adjustable. But I have it on the lowest setting, so it's as far down as it can be, because I have quite a low desk, and obviously, you know, my legs need to fit under the desk. But yes, very nice. I like that. Show Unity. Okay. Yeah, so I got this building, this urban building, and on the asset store it showed that it had an interior. It wasn't until I downloaded it, and it was free, I didn't pay for it, that it doesn't actually have an interior, and there are people complaining about it in reviews where the developer just nonchalantly says, "Oh yeah, no, there's no interior," like he hasn't literally put a Sketchfab model on the asset store posting that shows an interior. So not surprisingly, some people weren't that happy about it, even though it was a free model. So what I'm trying to do now, since I do really kind of like it for the dog pound for the start of the game, I am just throwing up some walls, so to speak. So we have wall A. This wall is going to be made up of 3 parts because there's a door just about here. So I need to have wall A, wall B, probably about that size, maybe, possibly. And then wall C, which will be the probably about that size, maybe, to go this side of the door. What we need to do really is we need to know where the door is. So in the exterior, hey ta-da, how are you doing? I'm actually
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you for that follow. I'm actually from England and about an hour away from London. I'm currently living in Texas, good old US of A. But yeah, I was actually born and raised in England. Look, work is calling. Okay, Booyah, I hope your chair arrives soon and you need to continue working on your amazing game Alpine Lake, which is available on Steam, so that I can play the full version when it's released. Texas does not represent the rest of us. This is true, and I know on more than one occasion they've tried to be their own thing, and I don't align many things with Texas, to be honest, which is not in small part some of the reason why I'm trying to move back to England, but shh. Everything is bigger in Texas. So, yeah, that's where I be right now. What game are you working on? Well, funny you should ask that. This is a game called Homeward Hound, and the top level elevator pitch story is that you are a family pet the family accidentally leaves you behind and goes home, and then you have to find your way back home, hence Homeward Hound, going through mini challenges and games on the way. So we're working on fleshing out the opening scene at the moment, which will be in a dog pound, a dog shelter, which you have to escape from. So on previous streams, we have been working on the NPC dogs, which will be running around in cages and laying down and barking and all that good stuff, which is in the other scene. So this is the demo scene from this urban building, which we are just going to flesh out and give an interior to. And then once we have the interior created, we're going to create a prefab. We're going to jump back to the original scene that we've been working in for the last few streams and import it into that, and then we should be good to go. So are you into game dev, Tada? Do you develop at all? Secret is safe for me. Thank you, Miss Adventures in Astro. Yes, thankfully this won't be seen by anybody. Wait, stop streaming. Oh, I am streaming. I'll just delete the VOD, it's fine. We don't tell anybody. Yeah, so I actually have an itch page where I have most of my other finished projects, mostly jam games, and some Unity assets, which you can find on the asset store as well. But yeah, so it'll be will it be open world? Kind of. It's not going to be just so linear that you have to, just go in one straight line and there's the same way to finish the game every time. But also you're not going to be able to go absolutely everywhere. So there'll be places that you can run around and explore and find different things. There'll be other animals that you can interact with, but we haven't worked on that yet. But yeah. It's something I've been thinking of for a few years, and I did a low poly version of some test scenes in 2019, but I wanted to resurrect it and bring it back as a more realistic looking game. I'm actually 15, from Italy, but I study informatics at school. I'd like to be in this world in future. Do you know, that's what actually drew me to game dev in the first place? The fact that you can think of something and then build it and then be inside it. I mean, the next level beyond that is if you start developing VR games, and then you can actually, seem like even more so immersed in the world. But yeah, if I wanted to be a cowboy walking down through an old town and then fighting with other cowboys, having shootouts and things, you can just go in and create it. If I want to be, one of my last jam games was called the Fun Nest game, which you can see at my itch page, and you're a bird just flying through the sky and doing different things. So really, game development does open up the ability to go anywhere, do anything, and create your own environments. So that's what attracted me to it in the first place. All right, well, my dogs are scratching again, so I need to let them in. So I'll be right back. I'll leave you with some retro arcade gameplay in the meantime. Chase HQ, one of my favourite retro arcade games. Alrighty. Let's have a look. So I think what we'll do, we'll just get this, get these walls up, and then maybe call it a day. See what we can raid out to, since we're heading towards the 4-hour mark. So what we need to do is see where the doors are. So that's where the door currently is. So we can take 1B, bit to the left, to the left, to the left. And I think we also need to I'll just let the dogs in, they start barking. Okay. Alright, so we need to fit these walls around this door. Okay, so we're going to have to scale this. We can see there's a green line here where the door goes to. So we need to... some fine tweaking on this. So it's alright, so I think what we can do is if we take the turn that model off. And if we take this, oh, it's not going to... See, the problem is that because we have the normals only going one way, we can only see them from one direction. So from this side, we can see the door. From the other side, we can't. From the other side, we can see the interior wall, but from this side, we can't. So if we turn off the bricks and then... what we can do is click on doors there. So again, we need to take this, move it over to here. It doesn't need to be perfectly aligned, because there's other, like the brickwork around is going to mask any overhang. But we do need to make sure that we can see the door. Alright, so it's very close, very nearly there. So we come to the right, just maybe a tiny bit more. About there. I think the brickwork will actually cover that there. So doors. Okay, so I think if we make that just very 0.1, .105, and then doors. Okay, that's got that side of it. Actually need to come down with this one very slightly. 0.16. 1 doors. Okay. 3.11. We'll go with that. And then we need to be able to resize this wall. Doors. So it needs to be a little bit more over. 0.55, 0.54, 0.5. 2, that might be too much. Let's have a look. Doors. Yeah, very slightly over. Choose this again. 5.3. Check the doors. There's the door. That looks pretty good. Hey look, Kirby song is on and I'm wearing a Kirby shirt. What are the chances of that? Alright, so that's the back wall made up of 3 pieces. Fun part is not being able to see what's on the other side of the wall because of the normals, which is why we're having to do this in the first place. Okay, so now we can enable the bricks again. Okay, so there's the outside. And there's the inside. And what we'll also have to do is come up with a punny name, because I do like my puns, of what we can call this adoption centre when we create the sign to go on the outside wall. Okay, so let's look at this wall here. So this has a couple of openings. We have 2 windows here instead of 1 door. So what we're going to need to do, can we see out those windows from inside? Yes, because there's no normals. So so what we'll need to do this time is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're not going to get away with any less than 5 panels. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we're going to need 5 panels to do this one. Okay, so this one's going to be wall. Actually, what's the... Look at the other side. There's a lot of windows on this one. So what we're going to have to do is have individual panels, the dividing frames. So it's going to be a lot. I'll probably do that one off stream. And then this one here, we have 2 doors. So again, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. We can get away with 4 panels on that one. So let's do this one first with the 2 doors. So if we take these 3 and we will duplicate them, and we will call it wall 2A, wall 2B, or not the B, and wall 2C. And then we can take these copies and move them to the other end of the room. And then because of the normals, we'll need to flip them. How close is that door to being where the door is? Not too bad. Okay. What we need to do this time, because the normals are on the other side obviously, is we need to flip them 180. So we'll take wall 2A, which is the top panel, and we will rotate that 180 so we can see it. And then we'll do the same for B and C. And again, if we click on doors, you can see it's slightly different position for the doors on this one. So we take this one here and make it smaller. Across. Where's the door? Okay, so it needs to be very narrow, this piece. And in fact, it can go all the way up. So let's go ahead and make it 0.01 maybe. Where's the door? Okay, that works. It needs to be wider to cover this gap. So if we say 0.015, no, 0.012. Still see the gap, but we need to move to the right slightly. So 3.4. 3.8. Goes to the side and doors. So we can still see it slightly, but also it's overlapping the door a little. So we can do 3.39. Can't see what. Let's make it a 3.4 then. Okay, so we can't see through it now. And then when we look at the doors, okay, I think we'll be good for the door. If not, then we can make it a little bit larger. Okay, and this needs to go all the way up. We move it up to about here, and then increase it on the Y. Oh, because we rotated it, so we increase it on the Z. There we go. 0.37, 0.38. 0.4. Okay, and then this top section, you also have to account for the door at the top, which is here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have to shrink it to the 4th step up. Okay, we need to come back more across. Okay, we've got that. So we've got the one on the right that goes all the way up, got the A that goes down the side. So what we can do is this one go up and along and shrink it down. 0.05. .35 maybe. Went for two. All three should do it. Okay. Check on these doors again. Okay, so this piece of wall here needs to fill this gap, and then we need another narrow piece further down. So it's 7.8. Okay, so I'm not sure which of these doors we're going to have opening yet, so we can fine tune this later on. If it's on a wall where the door doesn't open, then it's enough that we can just see the door from the inside. We can work on opening doors next time. So we're just kind of blocking it out as an approximation for now. So this one's going to also have a wall D. So come down here, probably 0.02, 1. Where are the doors? There. Take D down to there. Get the doors. Okay. 0.02. Okay, that's good for blocking out. Okay, so we've got wall 1 and wall 2. Got the two end walls blocked out inside. Alright, and we've just hit the 4-hour mark, just gone over, so I think we'll probably call it a day for today. So let me jump on over to the, oh, not end credits, I didn't want that. Let's jump to the stream ending scene. Alright, and as it says there, big thanks to my mods today. We had Science Streams drop in and Dukasoft, so thank you to those two. Thank you, Travel. Appreciate you being here. Thanks again for all your generosity and for the resub. And you have a great evening too. I'm just going to have a quick look in my other browser window so we can see who's on, see who we can raid out to. Let's have a look. So many friendos on right now. Okay, I'm going to raid out to Blind Cat Studios. So Blind Cat has not been streaming that long. There's also a Unity game developer. Let me just kick off this raid. Good catching you too, Miss Adventures. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Okay, let me just kick off this raid command. All right. So, yeah, Blind Cat Studios has not been streaming for that long. He already has affiliate status. He's already part of a stream team, and I believe his wife, Katie, is a Twitch partner. So she's been helping him with raids and getting him all set up. And it's quite daunting when you first start. Streaming. Thank you, Abadoo. Hopefully you will catch me next time. I'll be back on Friday, as it says there. See you on Friday. I'll be back at Friday 1:30 p.m. Central Time, usual. And Derail Day is on Friday, so we'll be working on the as yet untitled zombie game. Still having some challenges. Been speaking to the developer about the third-party controller that we use and holding weapons, and they need to put they've submitted a fix for it to the asset store, but it's just not shown up yet as being available. So zombies on Friday, more dogs on Monday after that. So if I don't see you in my stream, hopefully I will see you in somebody else's. All right, thanks everybody.